Hello and welcome to the Audi FIS Ski World Cup Tour as we bring you 5 races in 5 days before the Christmas break in the beautiful Italian Dolomites, starting with downhill today in Val Gardena. Hello and welcome to Val Gardena in the heart of the Italian Dolomites, where we are hoping to bring you a rescheduled downhill race that was cancelled in Beaver Creek, Colorado earlier this month. But the weather is causing the organisers and Marcus Waldner, the race referee and race director for the men's Alpine Ski Racing World Cup Tour, just a few headaches this morning. Some snow now on the upper part of the racetrack, mist and fog in the middle part of the piste. It's one of those days where there's a lot of moisture in the air, but this is the concern now. It was just misty and foggy, a little warm this morning. The temperature has dropped, it's starting to snow, and we're on the famous Saslong racetrack for the first of 2 downhills that we will now contest here in Val Gardena. But the weather is not helping us here. We're already on a delay. We've adjusted the start time by another 15 minutes with a potential
It stays on the lenses.
midday.
So you have no visibility after the fog. So you have to do like this. If you are before the camera have the fog, then it's okay.
Well, that
be
is
on the next jump and not on cleaning your screen.
Danny Hemmetsberger and Kilda,
Yeah.
both discussing at the top of the racetrack here. Snow, rain. It's a mixture of all that Mother Nature can throw at us right now. I'd say it's 50-50 whether this race goes ahead, to be perfectly honest. Michal Hrobat of Slovenia. Now, this will be round 2 of 9 on the Audi FIS Ski World Cup for the downhill series. We've already had one downhill in Beaver Creek, Colorado, won by the defending champion, Marco Odermatt. Marco Odermatt was also the winner of this race last year and will start as the big pre-race favourite. But Dominic Paris is in good form and getting more and more confident with every race, as is Bryce Bennett, our guest on the FIS official podcast this week. Please check out Alpine Pulse Unplugged, whether you're a Spotify or Apple or even here on FIS TV. Bryce Bennett, a real character, a very funny guy, but we also got to hear a serious side from Bryce as well on the Alpine Pulse Unplugged podcast, and I'd love to hear your thoughts. Please, my apologies as well for the slightly croaky throat. My turn to get the flu, which seems to be doing the rounds on the Audi FIS Ski World Cup and affecting so many who work there week in, week out. It's the famous Saslong track here of Val Gardena. It's such a beautiful race piste. Not quite from the top today. Spinell, Moro Jump, Mauren, camel bumps, of course, that make this race piste so unique. And for me, the Cheslat is one of the most exciting and important parts of any racetrack on the tour. It really is a race piste with a little bit of everything. Big jumps, gliding sections, technical turns. But we just need a little bit more cooperation from Mother Nature. It's snowing in places, it's raining in others. We've lowered the start gate to the Super G start. A lot of fog and mist. There's the first of the jumps. And these shots, obviously filmed earlier, these are the camel jumps as they're known. Absorb the first, fly off the second, landing on the back side of the third and final jump. part of this historic racetrack. We've been contesting World Cup downhill here since the 60s. It's amazing how this race beast has evolved over the years. This is Cześć. It's like a BMX track, I think is the best way to describe it. You're coming in on your left, switching to your right, and a big long left foot turn, but it's these rollers that pummel the racers' legs. Then coming out of Cześć into Nucia. Big sweeping left foot turn. There's a bit of a schuss and a final jump, bringing the skiers right into the finish area. There you see it for yourselves. With passion and performance since 1969.
Die uns da gezeigt werden auf der Videoleinwand, und da kann man erkennen, unter anderem den Namen Vira. Dorothea Vira wird wahrscheinlich gemeint sein, die ein Östers.
Well, it always looked like it was going to be a stop-start day in Val Gardena this morning. The start now officially delayed for 15 minutes. And we're going to see if this snowstorm just gathers a little more pace and depth on the cusp, as we said earlier, whether this race will be delayed further. Forecast isn't that good for the rest of the day, to be honest, which is a shame, because for a midweek race, there's a good crowd in the finish area. Yeah, tough. With the snow comes the mist and the fog, and obviously you're skiing into the tree line here, so the trees tend to hold that mist and fog.
Godere durante il mese di febbraio. Christine sehen wir da, oder? Die bessere Hälfte in dem Fall von Dominik Paris. Ich glaube, so kann man es auf alle Fälle erwähnen. Schön, dich hier begrüßen zu können. Der Dome, der ja hier in Gröden auch schon gewonnen hat. Spielen wir eine gedachte Musik. DJ Audi.
Now this is an extra race. It's the cancelled competition from Beaver Creek, Colorado. It was always on the calendar, Val Gardena, to step in to take a rescheduled competition should be needed. And therefore, now I'm just trying to see, is that Marcus Feldner there, our race referee? Interesting to note, isn't it? There's a new law in Italy. Everybody must wear a helmet if skiing. So if you're on the piste, you do need to wear a helmet. The Italian Federation and the Italian Resorts Association taking it a step further. So here we go. We're going to have to take another decision soon. My computer screen here in the commentary box says that the start is now confirmed for midday. I don't think that snow at the top is making life too tricky. It's rain at the halfway point of the course. That is the concern. But for all the fans in the finish area, the Christmas party has already begun. That's nice to see. Obviously, the visibility due to the mist and fog is one of the key areas from a safety perspective. As we continue to hold here in Val Gardena, we're hoping to bring you downhill 2 of 9 with the official full downhill on the Saslong of Val Gardena, scheduled for Saturday. A Super G to be raced here tomorrow, combining the high speeds of downhill with the technical turns of giant slalom. Pretty much sums up the Super G discipline. So a lot of hard work has gone into this, but we do need a little bit of the mist and fog to lift at Cześć. And that snow, it's a lowered start. We're not right at the top start for this today. And now we go to 12:30. So another delay here in Val Gardena. Still trying everything we can to get this second downhill of that 9 away. But Marcus Waldner and the race jury here have no option but to wait a little longer. And now 12:30. I don't think we will take many more decisions after then, because shorter days, earlier nights, but that's impossible. That is not safe at all, to send somebody thrashing down the mountain at 70 miles per hour and 114, 15 kilometers per hour. That fog bank right by the camel bumps is given Marcus Waldner and the local organising committee no choice but to delay here in Val Gardena until 12:30 Central European time.
Banchi di nebbia molto fastidiosi che permettono di partire in... Che qui in Val Gardena è presente dopo i mondiali del 1970.
Val Gardena. Attualmente la partenza è stata posticipata alle 12:30 a causa banchi di nebbia nella parte centrale, ovvero nella zona delle Gobbe di Cammello e anche all'inizio del Chasselas.
In diesen Tagen gibt es natürlich auch immer wieder die populäre Weltcup After Race Party.
It's 20.
20? Yes. What do you mean with 20?
20 different countries.
So, dem wünschen wir wieder gute Besserung nach seinem Riesencrash im letzten Jahr in Beaver Creek. Hatte sich dann in Kitzbühel versucht, hat dann aber gesehen, okay, es ist noch zu früh und er probiert also jetzt wieder ranzukommen an die Weltspitze. Genauso wie Max Franz, der einen unglaublichen Crash hatte und der aber schon im Training gezeigt hat. Genauso wie Riley Sieger und Sam Alford. Also alle, die hier als Vorläufer fahren, kommen zurück von einer schwerwiegenden Verletzung.
Das sind die Fotos von davor. Da unten sonst.
po' diversa. Oh scusa. No, non hai ancora sentito, devo chiedere di persona, non provo a
Jetzt tatsächlich zwei deutsche Touristen im Testen im Traffic gefahren sind.
You want to have this feeling over and over again. In the end, the mindset makes the difference. Crossing the finish line and knowing you've won is, yeah, probably the best feeling on the world.
When I'm skiing, that's when time makes the most sense to me. This is where I get to have permission to put everything else on the back burner and be completely in this moment. I know what I want. This is something I'm willing to work for.
Environmentally friendly heating with renewable energy.
Oh yeah. How about nothing around, huh?
That's very difficult.
Passione!
100% impegno. 100% convivialità.
volta tornava la posta, non so, manco più la posta.
No, andate via.
A questo punto è meglio che sempre, se no non mi finì troppo terzo. Come fai a decidere questo? No. Lei chiamava qualcuno? Ah no, me ne è sembrato. Ho fatto una buca sulla neve e sto bestemmiando di tutto. Sì, sì. Sta romano e basta. Vanno male i zuccheri che usava piano. Abituato.
Ready?
Ja, und jetzt sind die Vorläufer, glaube ich, auf der Strecke. Ja, das war übrigens der Mann aus Wolkenstein, Max Bertona. Max, alles Gute. Vielleicht geht sich ja noch dein Start aus, morgen oder übermorgen. Der Mann.
Well, what has been a very long morning here for the world's best downhill racers in Val Gardena in the Südtirol region of the Italian Dolomites. It looks like we may be good to race here. These fans have been waiting here since this morning to try and get some ski racing away. The mist and fog is still coming in and out. There's the gentleman with the final decision, Marcus Waldner. The athletes are stripping down. It looks like we could be good to go here. A few moments away.
Marcus Waldner, capo arbitro del FIS per quanto riguarda le gare maschili, e poi c'è anche Rainer.
Just a few moments away from downhill 2 of 9.
E anche presidente del
There's Kilda going with bib 5. Former two-time winner here, Bryce Bennett, will go with bib 4. Casse, another former winner here in Super G, which is where we're starting from now after these weather issues. Certainly looking clear up on the top of the racetrack. There's the spectacular Saslong Mountain. But, well, it looks like as the temperature's getting a little colder, the mist and fog could be lifting. Stefan Bavinski, friends, family, and fans. I wonder how long he can keep that position going for. Now, obviously Saturday will be the full-length downhill track and the big race, but Val Gardena, host of the 2031 FIS Alpine World Ski Championships, have added themselves to the list of stepping in if there's a cancellation. So this is the replacement race for the first of the double headers in Beaver Creek, Colorado, where we had some pretty tough, but they're all stripping down here. It looks like we are good to go. No, I'm not so sure. But we will wait and watch first and foremost the forerunners. It's the fog around the camel bumps. And obviously we all know, or most of us know, what those camel bumps are. Those 3 big rolling jumps. You absorb the first, you take off on the second, land on the backside of the third. And that is the part of the racetrack that has had us on hold for most of the morning. It's just before 1 p.m. at Central European time here. But that fog is still coming in and out. I'd still say 50-50. Absolutely brilliant that these fans have waited. Ryan Cochran Siegel there, 2 times on the podium here in downhill. And of course, RCS second to Odermatt in the opening downhill of the season.
Guarda se ti inquadra là, guarda, eccola, guarda. Hai visto?
RCS has a real chance here today. There's Dominic Paris, another racer who and former winner here. He won the downhill back in 2023.
Perché questi sono già impostati, di questo faccio solo peggio.
There's Waldner, our race referee. watching the weather, because I can't think that we can take another delay here. If that mist and fog comes back in, making visibility to the point of unsafe, then we will have to cancel this race. And of course, what we are trying to do here is get the full schedule of races away before the highlight of the 2026 season, and that is the 25th Winter Olympic Games in Milan Cortina, scheduled from the 6th to the 22nd of February. Now, there are 6 of 9 downhills scheduled before the Winter Games. But this is one of those 6 that was already been cancelled. So I think also as well, please forgive me, I've got the flu pretty bad here in the comm box, so I will try my best to call this one home all the way. So there's a fair bit of pressure where I'm trying to go to with this thread on Marcus Wallner to give the athletes, to give the National Ski Associations enough information, enough races and results to actually make their Winter Olympic selections. But that is racer 1. Cassé is ready to go. One forerunner has gone down the course. And it looks like we're going to be okay to race here. We're waiting to start. Kilder. What a record Kilder has got here. First victory here for Kilder in 2018. 2020 he did the double, Super G and downhill. He did the Super G again in 2021 and won the downhill again in 2022. Yep, we're good to go. That's the call that we were waiting for. Marcus Wallner, our race referee, has informed the start marshal that this competition is away. Now, with the weather moving so quickly, just beyond standby here, this could be one of those rather frustrating stop-start competitions. And there is the forerunner, who's taken a crash by the look of things. So you're with FIS TV Live on the Audi FIS Ski World Cup. Nick Fellows in the commentary box. This is downhill 2 of 9, round 11 of 38 of the Audi FIS Ski World Cup. It's a rescheduled race from Beaver Creek, Colorado. And after quite a frustrating fight with Mother Nature throughout the morning, it looks like we are finally ready to get this race undergo. The mist and fog has cleared. And I'm looking forward to seeing Cassé here, 35-year-old Italian skier. His one World Cup victory was here in Val Gardena. Cassé took the Super G here last year in 2024. He was also on the podium here in downhill in 2022. And that was the first podium of his career, you see from the on-screen graphic there. And we are finally racing for the first of 3 Audi FIS Ski World Cup competitions here. The light conditions now near perfect on the upper section. Okay, there's a little bit of shade but the mist and fog looks to have cleared. Lowered the start gate into the Mauro de Salto. Already up to 120 kilometers per hour. This is the camel bumps. Absorb the first, fly off the second, land on the backside of the third. Visibility still looks good here. Trickiest part of the racetrack with the sun now burning through the cloud. This is great to see. Here we come with the Italian in the entrance to Ceslat. Watch this now. Work with the terrain, bumps and rollers. It's a shortened downhill, but it still means we're getting this race away rather than having to push it to after the Winter Olympic Games. Nuccia into the final schuss now. Casse, 23rd in the opening race of the Tour. Casse, after a long wait, sets the early pace here. Matteo Casse for Italy, 1:25.15. Well, there's no problem with the mist or fog anymore. And well done to Marcus Waldner and his team for waiting patiently, knowing that the forecasters were telling us that the weather may clear. It's a real sprint out there today. It's got to be clean and error-free. A little wide in the entrance to Ceslat for me, Casse. Niels Hintermann. So good to see this gentleman back, making his return cancer-free. He had a lymph node in his neck that they discovered. He's had chemo, radiotherapy, and he's now back with us. We call him the wild boar from Bulach in the Zurich area of Switzerland. Top 20 in the opening downhill of the season in Beaver Creek, Colorado. Now Hintermann picking him up in the entrance to Ceslat. On the left foot. Work the terrain, juice those skis on the rollers. It's a big, long S-turn with these undulations all the way through. Top speed through the gun. He's coming back at Casse here in the closeout. Nuccia is a very important part of the challenge on this shortened track today. Now, Niels Hintermann. 30-year-old Swiss racer, 3 World Cup wins. Surely he's done enough, and he's just missed out. Well, the training run, only one practice session here, was in difficult conditions. This is the best light and snow condition we've had since arriving in Val Gardena. First of the Austrians is Danny Hemmetsberger. Hemmetsberger, 34 years of age, 4 podiums, including one of those podiums here in 2023. In the Super G, though, rather than the downhill. Little frustrated with his performance in Beaver Creek, Colorado. Fantastic shots from the drone. He's gone low, late and deep in the entrance to the Ceslat, and he's climbing back up the mountain to regain the racing line. That's a better turn from Hemmetsberger. Oh, yes. Well, he wasn't quite as clean in the entrance to Ceslat, but the exit was on point. Green light at sector 4 for Hemmetsberger. Just pipped by Kriechmeier in the Super G here in 2023. Hemmetsberger, again, quite a surprise. Losing top position in the closeout. Now, here's the official FIS podcast guest of this week. It's Bryce Bennett, 2 times a winner and also on the podium here. Can Bennett find the magic on the Saslong once again? What a character, what a great guy. The mist is drifting in again. Just at the entrance to the camel bumps. Now, Bennett from Truckee, California. Alpine Meadows, his local Californian ski resort. He's 6/10 off the pace. He's going to need that magic line through Cheslat. He knows exactly where he wants to put those skis and feet. Of course, his famous serviceman, Leo Musi, the serviceman for Gardena. Steve Nyman, the 3-time winner here. And Bennett is coming fast, but a little late here. That's a lovely turn. Wonderful aerodynamic shape. Can the American now close this out with a high-speed finish? Bennett. That will be disappointing. He hates coming fourth. You've got to listen into the podcast to know why. It looked a little stiff, didn't look as fluid or as loose in 1 or 2 of the turns, which is obviously his trademark. There's the defending downhill champion and the winner of the opening round of the Audi FIS Ski World Cup, Marco Odermatt. Switzerland's golden boy, no question. Kilde. An amazing record here, Kilde. Five World Cup victories in downhill and Super G for the man from the Bærum Ski Club. Now, the fiancé to Michaela Schifrin is on point. 2/10 off the pace in the entrance to Cheslat. Oh! Getting bumped, bucked and bashed through the rolling terrain of Cheslat. That was a lucky escape from Kilde. Back on the racing line now, but almost went down. Takes the challenge to just shy of half a second as Kilde. 21 wins, 48 podiums. World Cup start 222 today for Alexander Ormot Kilde of Norway. Again, the Viking a little twisted on the jump. Small but costly errors from Alexander. Down into 5th position, carrying bib 5. Franjo von Almen. Oh, look at this mist starting to come in again. Fearless Franjo. 24 years of age, 3 World Cup wins, 8 podiums. And the mist and fog may be blowing back into the track, but it is not frightening Franjo. Second to Odermatt, of course, in this race last year. The light goes green. Here comes Franjo von Almen now. Looking to put the pressure on Odermatt. And, of course, Kriekmeier, who's next to ski. 4th in the opening downhill of the season. Oh, look at this. On point, this sprint track of the historical Saslong race piste. Certainly suiting the Swiss skier here. Again, the fastest through the gun. The skis are on fire for Franjo von Almen. Franjo's got this. It's a question of how far. Von Almen over half a second, the right side of the clock. Von Almen puts Switzerland into the lead. That was a good ski. That's the camel bumps. Kriegmeier. Kriegmeier's had a brilliant start to his 2026 campaign, but the fog is coming in once again here. It's thickening on the upper part of the slope. Absorb the first, fly on the second, land on the backside of these huge rollers we call the camel bumps. Kriegmeier, he's already won the Super G in Beaver Creek, Colorado, on the podium in Copper Mountain, Colorado, 5th in the opening downhill, but he's left himself a little bit of work to do here after a very impressive start. Now, here we go on this closeout. 2, 3, we've even seen half a second found in this shush to the grandstand. Not for Kriegmeier today. Kriegmeier into 5th position, 0.91 off the pace. Not today. Very difficult to keep the focus and concentration. This race due to start at 11:45, shifted to midday, 12:30. Finally getting the action underway at 1 p.m. Drifting the skis into the entrance of the Cheslat, not absolutely on point with that racing line. Well, celebrations for Franjo with the media representative of the Swiss Ski Federation, Zoe Chastain. He knows it's good. That's Rainer Senona there with that Marcus Fallner, looking very worried about this mist and fog blowing in again. Franjo now needs to hope that this race goes all the way. That's Dominic Paris warming up with the coaches. Race is on hold. That's Ryan Cochran-Siegel, RCS for the USA. Oh no, it's back. And it's back and stopped the race once again. That is not safe. Visibility is not good enough. Marcus Fallner and Rainer Senona of the FIS and the local organising committee here in Val Gardena, Italy, have the race on hold again. Defending downhill champion, current tour leader, having won the season opener, Marco Odermatt. Odi goes with bib 14. Miho Hrobat for Slovenia carries bib number 10. That's Stefan Rogentin. And our current leader, Franjo von Allmen. He's going to run out of time here. He's going to run out of time. Oh, what a shame. Okay, a short sprint downhill.
1 minute. 1 minute. Okay.
Ryan Cochran-Siegel, another racer with a pretty impressive track record here. 3rd in this race last year. Runner-up to Marco Odermatt in the season opener in Beaver Creek, Colorado. I think that RCS could be one of the skiers to challenge Audi this season. One of the quieter men of the Audi FIS Ski World Cup Tour. And of course from the legendary Cochran family. ski racing in their veins. His mum, Barbara Ann Cochran, of course, the 1972 Olympic slalom champion from the Sapporo Winter Olympic Games. Here we go. Right on the cusp, the weather here for RCS in his 180th World Cup start. Twice on the podium here, like so many of the world's best. This of one of his favorite tracks. First podium here in 2020 and third in this race last year. Mist and fog. And again, just making visibility difficult, just making the timing of the jump a little more tricky. Lovely flight off the camels. Nice control. Entrance. Oh, that's a very clean, interesting high line from RCS into the Cheslat. See how he's set up for the first of the rollers and breakaways. Maybe a little too much setup. 1.09, taking a lot of space, but not necessarily the fastest line. Of course, he needs a bit of Bodie Miller, doesn't he, down there, where he pinches the line with absolute precision. And Ryan Cochran Siegel into 6th position, fastest of the Stiefel American team. But a little frustrating. Very difficult day today. I think he just took a rather too wide line in his entry move to Cheslat. Number 9 for Switzerland is Alexis Monet from the Freiburg canton. Top 10 result in the opening downhill of the season for Monet. 9th in Beaver Creek, Colorado. Also finished 3rd in the downhill tour standings for last season. It was a Swiss clean sweep, of course. My apologies, but again, I'm not sure whether we should be sending them down the mountain with this much mist and fog. Still holds the green light, though, makes me eat my words. As Monet here, fearless in the fog. He knows the line he's looking for. He's almost racing on autopilot, isn't he? One World Cup win, 5 podiums. This again, the skills that are required here, the timing, the touch on the turn. And I think it's also a little warm down here in the finish area. Of course, it's starting to rut and bump a little. Great speed on the upper section. But Alexis Monet here. 1.66 off the pace, 3rd position. Alexis will take that with a smile. Switzerland 1 and 3. Monet looking for his first podium of the 26 Tour. And of course, a podium automatically gets you onto the hit list for the Swiss Olympic team. A country like Switzerland that has over 11 starters today only has 4 spots at the Olympic downhill. Michal Hrobat for Slovenia carries bib number 10. 30-year-old from Kranj. And again, well, I'm only looking at it from a monitor in the commentary box here, but it's starting to just look a little tricky from a visibility perspective on the big jumps. the Sasha's jump. No problem, the light on the camels. On the right foot, then the switch to the left and into Cheslati dives. Kilometers per hour, the entry speed to Cheslat. But Robat here. Top 15 is the target today. It's never really been a happy hunting ground for Robat. 15th and 16th in the races here last year. And again, another frustrating performance. His ability is not good again at the top. Puts on a smile. Here comes that mist in again. That's Stefan Rogentin. Just need to get to the top 30. Just about pitch him out. This is fearless skiing from the Swiss skier. Oh, he can't see where he's going. That's why the arms are flailing. He backs off a little bit. Wouldn't surprise me to see Sector 2 light go red. 31-year-old from Lenzerheide. Just that top section. But they're two of the big key jumps on the upper part of the challenge. This gentleman has been 8th position in his 3 races of speed so far this season. In the 2 Super Gs of Colorado, 7th and 8th in the downhill in Beaver Creek on the Birds of Prey. A bachelor's degree in business from Chur University shows you the variation of personalities on the Audi FIS Ski World Cup Tour. But 0.86 off the pace at Sector 4. That puts pay to Stefan Rogentin. And Rogentin, 1.07 down into 8th position, having the worst of the fog on the upper part of the challenge. Just took a little bit of a sting out of the performance. It's a shame. See the flailing of the arms here? He can't see where the jump actually begins. Justin Malissier carries bib number 12. Switzerland currently lying 1st, 3rd and 5th. And of course they still have the world number 1 Marco Odermatt to ski, who drew bib 14 for this race. Oh, Malissier again. Just a little wild as he can't quite time the jump the way he wants it. This is the camels.
The gap is not shrinking.
Yet to crack the top 15, Malissier. And to be honest, looking through the years, this has never been a racetrack where he's really shone. He definitely wouldn't list it as one of his top 3 downhill World Cup tracks. Again, just slightly off with the timing, just slightly off with the confidence as Justin Malissier. Great character, great friend of Marco Odermatt. Malissier, 0.89 off the pace, 6th position. They're going to be very closely bunched up. with this shortened track due to the weather conditions. And if he holds on to that top 10, that will be a PB for Justin. 33-year-old out of the Swiss resort of Verbier. Never cracked the top 10 here before. That will put him in a very good position moving forwards onto the World Cup. Super G being held in Livigno on the 27th of December. Looking forward to that race on a brand new track. Look at this weather. Dominic Paris, winner here in 2023. Now Paris, the gentle giant of the Italian team. A wonderful skier, a great character. 282 starts, 24 wins. Could today be his 25th World Cup win? 50 podiums against his name. Oh, he's really risking it. It's got to be a little bit cleaner than that. Oh. This is classic Paris. Pushing the boundaries. The light goes from green to red for the area on the entrance to Chaslat. But Paris here really got the bit between his teeth. Look at those green lights from the first 3 sector times as Dominic Paris has the crowd on their feet. Dominic Paris for Italy, dives for the line. Paris goes second. Sensational skiing from Dominic Paris. Just a small error in the entrance to Cheslat. But Dome, as they call him in these parts of Italy, will take a podium with absolute pleasure here today. Flavio Rado, the president of the Italian Ski Association. 11th and 4th in the 2 Super Gs, 6th in Beaver Creek. It's the mistake that we're talking about, where he just gets forced a little deep, low and late in the line. Here we go. World Cup leader, winner of the opening downhill, an emphatic winner of the first downhill. And as you see from the on-screen graphic, he won this race in style here last year. It's been one of those resorts that have really become a head-scratcher for him. I think he's on the podium 4-5 times before finally winning here last year. He's also won on the Super G Tour. That is a beautiful, clean line going into Chaslat. Just getting bounced and bumped a little at full extension to try and keep that ski to snow contact. But Odermatt is flying here. Beautiful skills from the world #1 and the defending downhill champion. Holds the green light. Fastest through the speed gun coming out of Cheslat into Nucia. This is Marco Odermatt looking for his 2nd win of the downhill tour. Oh, amazing speed. 107 kilometers per hour. Just shy of 68 miles per hour. Audi has got it. Audi takes the lead. Oh, almost coasting home, wasn't he, at the finish there? Odermatt thrilled. 2 from 2, surely, for Marco Odermatt. Look at the jump there again. A huge flight from Audi. He was just a split second off through Cheslat. It could have been a greater lead. But what Audi does so well is he has this power play towards the end of the challenge. Lost the top 15 ranked racers for Canada, James Crawford. One World Cup victory, but that one World Cup win for the Canadian was in Kitzbühel. last season, of course. Oh, wild. Off the camels for Crawford. Switzerland 1 and 2 with Audi and von Allmen. This is good, though. James Crawford's on point here. James Crawford with a good smooth entry and exit to Chaslet, maybe hunting down the Swiss leaders. Canada are on course. 28-year-old from Toronto. Out of the Whistler Ski Club, of course, now. 0.72. The exit of Cheslat into Nuccia, not quite going the Canadians' way. Oh, that is a shame. Superb skiing on the upper part of the... Oh, and again, you see the little catch of the edge there. Very lucky Crawford not to go down. And that takes it to over a second off the pace of Marco Odermatt. Yes, he's happy, very happy. And this could be a potential triple for Audi now. There's the huge camel jump. This is him coming into Cheslat now. Got to get the ski to snow contact on the back side of the first roller on the left foot. That's a great camera, rear camera view shot. And then start to cut your way across the mountain. But Marco Odermatt leads off the top 15 ranked racers here in a start-stop delayed race in Val Gardena in the Dolomites. But as you can see, Audi is absolutely delighted to potentially claim his second downhill of the season, to go 2 from 2 on the Audi FIS Ski World Cup Tour. And as the defending downhill champion, it seems to be everything is where it needs to be for Marco Odermatt. And with a Super G tomorrow and then another downhill on Saturday, could this be the start of a triple clean sweep for Marco Odermatt? Dominic Paris takes third position for the host nation Italy. Franjo von Allmen in a runner-up spot. But once again, the world number one, Marco Odermatt, dominating. 28-year-old Swiss racer. Pushing the boundaries, no question. But skiing beautifully in the closeout to take top position. So let's move into group 16 to 22. Again, we're keeping an eye on the weather here very carefully indeed. Flo Schida gets the action underway. Allegra Alexander of Canada. Serestedt, who's on the podium in the opening downhill of the season. Now, Schida is a South Tyrol, Südtirol local here in Val Gardena. And a respectable 14th position in the opening downhill of the season. Two podiums for Schida in his career. Those podiums have come for Schida on some of the toughest tracks on the tour. Those two podiums, both coming from Kitzbühel. Can you believe that? If you can podium in Kitzbühel, they say you can podium anyway. Here he comes, Flo Schida, looking for his first big breakthrough on the Saas-Long racetrack here. He's got a lot of friends and family in the crowd at the bottom of the track. And Flo Schida, very loosey-goosey, very smooth, soft in the ankles, working the terrain nicely. Yeah, good technique, 0.46. Right now on track for the top 5. Yep, the stadium announcer getting nice and excited. Flo Schida here. Again, drives those hands forwards off the jump. Solid result from Flo Schida. Superb. 3 Italians in the top 5. Paris third. Schida goes fourth in slow-mo on screen. Cassé, who got the action underway, is in 5th, with the two Swiss skiers holding on to first and second spot. First of the French racers, this is Niels Alleg. Niels really enjoyed his races. Please excuse me. Really enjoyed his races in Beaver Creek, Colorado. 12th in the downhill, 11th in the Super G. Now back to the European snows and a track that Niels Allegra knows well. The French team get into the chase here. He was 4th and 7th in the downhill here last year. He was 4th in the downhill and 6th in the doubleheader the year before that. So Niels Allegra knows how to work this piste, and you can see that with sector time 4.18 off the pace, and he's on track to steal Dominic Paris's 3rd position. 31-year-old Frenchman now, Niels Alleg. Very comfortable, strong to the closeout, and Niels Alleg goes 4th, and that equals his PB here on the Saslong. Exactly where he finished last season. He was hoping to go at least one place better. The flailing of the arms again. He hasn't really got the best visibility to judge the takeoff. Another racer we have to watch carefully, carrying 19 for Norway, is Adrian Smythe-Serrested. Three podiums in his career to date. And of course, for Serrested, that 3rd podium came in Beaver Creek, Colorado on the 4th of December. Really pushing the boundaries here, trying to back up that brilliant performance in Beaver Creek. Be careful that he doesn't get a little too over-aggressive. But Serrested, deceptive skier. At 0.68 now, it's gone. With less than 0.2 of a second separating the podium place skiers. Serrested, yeah, down into 13th position, 1.16. Just a little disappointing with expectations so high after that brilliant podium in the first downhill of the season. Stefan Babinski for Austria, carries bib 20. Years of age now, Babinski, and he's been around for a while. 90th World Cup start here today for the Austrian. 2 top 10 results from the 2 supergiant slaloms. Copper Mountain, Colorado. Will be racing supergiant slalom on the Saslong racetrack here of Val Gardena. Tomorrow, of course, live here on FIS TV. He has a PB of 6th position here. Another skier that loves the challenge of this track. And searching for more speed here, slapping those skis down. But with Hemmetsberger, the best of the Austrians, down in 8th position. Solid again from Babinski. 8th position, 0.94. Watch out for this man. You can see he's hungry for the podium. Babinski, the best for the Austrian team so far. A little wild off the camel bump. Second of the Slovenian downhill racers, Nej Naroložnik. Now, picked off a few points in the opening downhill in Beaver Creek back earlier in this month. Again for Nej. Had the big breakthrough last season in Kvitfjell, where he cracked the top 10 for the first time in his career. Only his 30th World Cup start here today. Miston Fogg is coming back to the Cheslat. We just need to get to number 30 for this race to stand and get into the book for the season's tour standings of 2026. Nej Naroložnik, 9/10 off the pace. Good control off the final jump for the Slovenian skier, 26-year-old Nej Naroložnik. Slowest so far, a little frustrated with that. The last of the top 22 is Ottmar Striedinger. As you see from the on-screen graphic there, Ottmar's been on the podium here quite a while ago. 2021, with Bryce Bennett the winner back then. Hinterman in third position now. Here we go, 0.32, solid. But look at this fog and mist. And you can see how the hands start to come up. He's a little bit unsure. Hasn't quite got the line right. Oh, this mist and fog is making life difficult. We just need to get through another 8 races. We may have another start-stop hold here. Still searching Striedinger for his first World Cup points of the new season. Ottmar, 34 years of age, 5 podiums, yet to win one. Tomorrow will be his 180th World Cup start. 17th position today for Striedinger. Oh, not happy at all with that. But I have to say, having the worst of the light conditions, mist and fog at its thickest. Also, look at those rut marks, holes there in the snow. Well picked up by the director. It is not a clean piste at all. Back in his stuff. It's been a long day for the world's best downhill skiers today. 1:45 local time, and we're still on the mountain. Odermatt looking for win number 2 as the defending champion. Perfect start to the new season. Franjo von Almen, Dominic Paris. That's a great podium, isn't it? Little disappointing for the Americans, I have to say. Ryan and Bryce, 18 and 19. But there is no question. 2 of the biggest stars in the business and the young gun rising star wedged between them. Dominic Paris, 3rd position for Italy. Franjo von Almen, the world downhill champion, of course, from last season. And Marco Odermatt, the winner of the one and only practice session and the winner of the first of 3 speed races here on the Saslong of Val Gardena. The veteran of the French team, Theo. Veteran of the German team, Baumann, 23 and 25. Brody Seegers finding some good form. And let's go to 23. Adrien Theo. Now, Theo, one of the oldest men in the race at 41 years of age. And the race is on hold. Oh, the fog and mist again. And that was a very, very close call. Theo almost out on track. Yeah, start marshal, opens the one, pulls him back. And here we go again with the mist and fog. That is not safe. It's the entrance to Ceslat.
Oltre quella che vediamo noi a occhio nudo, qui dietro l'angolo c'è Marcus Walter che sta guardando in su con un'espressione poco...
Now it's Adrien Theo that waits patiently at the top of the racetrack. Theo has got podium form here, but a long time ago. More than 10 years ago, he was on the podium here. He was third in 2013. How about that? Jan Hudek, my great friend, was the runner-up. And Svindal was the winner of the Super G. Multiple top 10 results. But of course now Marcus Waldner, having started this race, now needs to get it to at least bib number 30 for the competition to stand. For the points, the prize money, but perhaps more importantly, stand as a race for the crystal, the discipline title. Well, Theo has experience on his side, no question. 330 World Cup starts, 3 wins, 13 podiums. Theo not ready to hang up the boots, and I love this story. And with Lindsey Vonn winning in St. Moritz last weekend at 41 years of age. What's wrong with Theo being 41 years of age, I say? That's Lars Rusty. He goes 29. Justin Marissier chatting to Vincent Kriechmeier. There's Audi to the right of your screens chatting with Kilde. Mihar Robat congratulating him. Now, believe you me, Marcus Waldner knows every word in the rule book. Flavio Rado, president of the Italian Ski Association, watching on. Now, if this race gets cancelled now, it will not stand. No points, no prize money, no victory for Odermatt. We will go into tomorrow's Super G, and then we'll head into Saturday's full-length Saslong race. We're at the Super G start today. Peace Crews, the marshals, all working tirelessly to keep this race going. 27, there's Max Museton from the Lapland Ski Club. There's Blaise Giesendana. But it's Marcus Waldner that will decide whether we continue or call this race. He's got to get the next 8 out of the starting gate, preferably over the finish line, for the rule book to state that the race is good. If we have to cancel with less than 30 out of the starting gate, this race will become void. And in the early part of the winter season, these are often the difficulties that we deal with. 33 is Livio Hiltbrand. 33 is a skier that I was really looking forward to watching. He's the Europa Cup champion, Livio. The second tier, the B Tour. But right now, what doesn't help, it's probably at its thickest where Waldner is watching on. Whilst there is a hold in the race, the piste workers and crew workers are smoothing out the racing line, trying to shovel away some of those ruts and bumps. How long can he hold on to now? It is 10-2 CET. It will start getting dark here about 2:30, 3 o'clock. It may be another one of those races that we call it. Just trying to listen into some of the team radios there to see if there's any information. Best of buddies off the race course. Great competitors when they're on. Kilda's comeback is on track. I think he'll win a race before the season's over. And as for Audi, waiting patiently. If he wins this today, and we manage to get to number 30 and beyond, hopefully, it'll be his 5th win of the season. 5th win. This is round 11 of 38. Just brilliant. It's Max Musertal. Interman to the left there. Franjo. Von Allman, of course, still holding second position.
Einen Platz vor Justin Murisier und Alexis Monet, der auch hier auf der Videoleinwand gezeigt wurde, ist...
And that is Hannes Trinkel himself, a former world downhill champion, 2001 in St. Anton.
I'll get you back to school. I didn't know.
Didn't I tell you that used to be my one kind of superstitious ritual?
No, I didn't know it was superstitious.
That's Brody Seeger for Canada. I was just listening in there to see what was his one superstitious.
Combien de temps je peux dire?
C'est toi qui décides. Un intervalle, 2, tu dis ce que tu veux.
Là, je peux lui dire, ouais, après, je peux pas plus de 2.
Tu peux, hein?
Non, plus de 2 intervalles, je pense pas. Même pas, ouais.
Still on hold. That visibility needs to improve for this race to continue in Val Gardena, in the Südtirol region of the Italian Dolomites. Well, I think we've been staring at the fog and mist for quite a bit this morning. Almost getting to overload here. I'm not sure whether it's getting worse or getting better. But it's these two gentlemen in the white hat. Beanie is Marcus Wallner, of course, race referee and race director for the Audi FIS Ski World Cup Men's Tour. And alongside Marcus there is the chief of race and the chief of the LOC here, Rainer Sonona. So they're going to send a forerunner down just to have a final check to see if the conditions are getting... Please excuse me, are getting better. I need to get a bit better as well by the weekend. Oh, that doesn't look very good to me or very safe, to be honest.
We just mentioned the same procedure then in...
But it looks to be clearing just a little in the Cheslat. That's the entrance to Cheslat that you see there. The big left foot turn of the corridor following the rollers. Yeah, Audi. He knows what it's like. He's not going to have too many troubles.
Südtirol, eben hier Alta Badia, dann in Innichen zum Beispiel der Skicross.
Ganz genau, Carezza, Ski, Snowboard, genau. Überhaupt in den Dolomiten. Wir haben ja jedes Jahr Unmengen an Antholz die Weltcups nicht stattfinden, sondern Olympia.
Lachen.
It's moving so quickly, isn't it? The cloud and the weather. Forecast is for better at the weekend. Super G scheduled here tomorrow, of course, live here on FIS TV. With downhill on Saturday. Then we go over the other side of the valley. It's a spectacular drive from Val Gardena to Alta Badia. And for a giant slalom and a slalom, taking us to the 22nd of December. Short break for Christmas. And then the Super G in Livigno on the 27th of December. Now let's hope that Marcus Waldner's patience is rewarded here. They're all waiting. Problem for Marcus Waldner here right now. It's 2 p.m. on the clock. Look at the clouds now starting to thicken as the weather for the evening starts to make its move on the Saslong Mountain. Possibly looking the worst that it has done for the past few hours. It's so frustrating. But also what Marcus will want to watch, whilst we've got some perfect light conditions on the upper part of the mountain, it starts to get very dark on the lower part of the racetrack. Not only is the Cheslad, as we see, cut through the trees here as well, but Nucia now that you see on screen, and then that final jump into the grandstand. That will continue to get darker. Marcus Waldner knows this track so well. Consummate professional. And he'll hold on as long as he can to try and get this race away. I'm not sure the helicopter will blow the clouds out, but it's worth a try. Even with the mist and clouds, the Dolomites are just so beautiful. If you have never skied this part of the world, put it on your bucket list, please. Val Gardena, Alta Badia, Corvara. Ski carousel here of the Italian Dolomites is something quite magical. But of course, when we're hitting speeds of up to 110, 115 kilometers per hour, over 70 mph, then of course safety becomes the priority of the FIS, the International Ski and Snowboard Federation. And we haven't got enough skiers down the mountain, out of that starting gate, to put this race in the book yet. Now, the athletes themselves, see the Salomon boots in the snow there? That tells you that it's still quite warm at the top of the mountain. You can just about see the marshals here, all gathered on the entrance. Mercier and Odermatt, they're best buddies. It's clearing in Cheslak. That's good news. But what often is the issue, the problem is it moves up the mountain. There's a forerunner ready to go. Now gone past 2 p.m. Serstedt. And the reason why our director goes to Serstedt, same thing happened to him. He was leading a race in Aspen, Colorado, only to have the competition abandoned before we'd got 30 skiers down the mountain. Gentleman in the dark glasses is Flavio Roda. He's got to be happy with Dominic Paris holding third position, Flo Schida 5, and Mattia Casse also in the top flight. 3 Italians in the top 10. All of these national teams now starting to peak as the Winter Olympic Games, the highlight of the 2026 season, draws ever closer. But right where our race referee and race director is Marcus Waldner. The visibility, the mist and the fog is still not good enough to ski racing. James Crawford of Canada.
Atleta che racimola più punti nelle gare della Val Gardena verrà insignito della Val Gardena Südtirol Ski Trophy, che è un busto in legno che...
Teo, Max Museton, Teo to the right of your screen, Max to the left, both very experienced racers. Christian Mittner there, gentleman on the left of your screen, race director for the Austrian team. Oh, this is a frustrating wait. Thank you if you've stayed with us through all the stops and starts throughout the afternoon here on FIS TV. Well, looks like we may go again. Sounds like a car racetrack, doesn't it, with those drones flying overhead, but it's just the drone camera. Well, just to bring you up to date on some of the latest news, you may have noticed that Cameron Alexander of the Canadian team chose not to start. Alexander was bib 18. He got problems from the training session here with his right knee. Now, that was the right knee that Cameron injured last season, so opting not to ski today. Gilda, very calm, very cool as always. Been in this position many, many times before. Jackets are coming back on. 5 minutes past the hour of 2 p.m. Well, the French racers waiting, putting on a brave smile. And look at the difference now. Out of the mist, out of the fog. Marcus Waldner there. He's from Südtirol. He knows this neck of the woods very well indeed. If we can get to bib 30. Bib 30 is Blaise Giesendaner of the French team. 8 races we need to get away. Then the race will stand. Marco Odermatt will have won his second downhill of the season, his 5th race on the early part of the Audi FIS Ski World Cup Tour for 2026. But if we don't get to bib number 30, well, this race will be none and void. It will not count for World Cup points. Well, it looks like to me as one area of the racetrack, that's Ceslat, clears. Another one seems to mist and fog. That's the big jump on the top part of the challenge. The Mauren or Sauchers Mauren.
Espresso macchiato.
Now, the director is showing us all the clear parts of the racetrack, but he's not showing us the parts of the track that have this event on hold. But it does appear to be getting better again. My greatest concern now is that as the sun starts to set, the light will become very difficult, the racetrack quite dark and not easy to see a clear pathway. And I think that is the decision process now for Marcus Waldner. Do we keep holding, stop starting due to the fog? Do we pull the race? Or do we bravely continue? It's getting better, looking better.
Until you make it, no stress, it's gonna be a splash.
I have not done like Forerunner. I was like backup.
Ja, du musst mit dem Kopf von 5%.
Well, some spectacular shots of the mountains that make up the Sella Ronda here in Val Gardena, Südtirol. It's an amazing series of linked runs and resorts. Carousel, the ski carousel it's often referred to. And if you come to ski Val Gardena, you might as well do the whole Sella Ronda. Fabulous skiing. And equally as good food and wine, I have to say. I think we may be getting this race back underway in just a few moments. And if you're just joining us live here on FIS TV, quick update on the standing and rankings after 22 skiers. Marco Odermatt tops the table, looking for his second downhill win of the season. 5th win on the early part of the Audi FIS Ski World Cup Tour. Franjo von Allmen, also of the Swiss team, lies second. Dominic Paris of Italy, third. Niels Allegre of France, 4. Flo Schieder, local hero here, is 5th. Cassé, 6th. Munet, 7th. Babinski, best of the Austrians, is in 8th position. Is that the man himself? No, that is Michal Hrubat, I'd say. But it was Christian Gardena for a while there. My apologies. Well, for one or two of the other athletes waiting patiently in the finish area, and those that are not on the podium, equally as frustrating for the likes of Mattia Cassé and Schieder. Their best results of the season so far. And is Trinkvalder there? Monet, 7th. Babinski into the top 10 in downhill for the first time. Hannes Trinkel, I should have said. Not Hannes Trinkvalder. Trinkvalder was his coach. Still on hold here in Val Gardena, downhill 2 of 9 on the Audi FIS Ski World Cup Tour. 22 racers into the finish area. We need to race at least another 8 for this race to count, to stand. We need 30 skiers out of the start gate, minimum, for a World Cup competition to be in the book, as they say. And the Saslong Mountain in all of her majestic beauty, just surrounded by a little bit of fog that's causing all the problems.
Den Chef also von Nordic, Christina, Frau von Dominic Paris.
Ho visto volti noti, ma
aver terminato la sua carriera come atleta, gira il mondo, gira la Coppa del Mondo come responsabile per Nordica. Vediamo intanto.
It looks like we're going to move ahead here, which is good.
Con questa gara interrotta poco fa.
In dem Bereich wäre es absolut perfekt im Startbereich, Position also vom Super-G. Wo morgen auch das Super-G gestartet werden wird. Selbe Stelle. Vielleicht ein paar Sekunden aufgrund eben von...
So I think the patience is paying dividends here and we're about to restart. Just good news.
Infatti vediamo adesso inquadrata la zona di partenza Sockers che domani sarà anche
Now
la
what's going to be
partenza.
very interesting now is if the snow conditions have changed, the temperatures are dropping, it's getting colder. That may change the snow crystal. And of course, there's been some record-breaking performances and winners here in Val Gardena from the highest bib number.
And for...
And,
Jawohl. 23. Control.
late start numbers winning the race in 1993. Marcus Foser, I think he was bib number 60 or something, coming through and winning the race. It'll be very interesting to see if that snowpack changes, possibly gets faster.
Sounds good. Getting colder a little bit.
Yeah, and that's going to give a...
Yeah, of course.
He's going to potentially get these racers... Sorry, that was Felix Monson there, of the Swedish team. Now, is the course characteristic about to change? Four runners out on track. Crowd have waited all day long, arriving at 10 in the morning. Now a quarter past the hour, and still waiting to see the outcome of this race. Switzerland have positions 1 and 2. Audi leads, Branjo von Almen second, Dominic Paris is third. We're about to get racing again. Adrien Théo, veteran of the French and World Cup Tour. 331st World Cup start for the Frenchman today. It's Max Musertal. Yeah, trying his best to hold his nerve and patience. Sensational stat. Théo was third in the Super G here back in 2013, 12 years ago. And the race jury seem happy.
145.
Bit of snow down the back of the race suit. 1:37 on the clock and counting down for Adrien Théo. Start of the group 23 to 30. There's Audi waiting and watching patiently, hoping that we can get to at least bib number 30. The sun is now setting behind the Saslong Mountain. It's getting pretty dark out there. How much further or farther than bib 30 we get? Not sure. But if this race is to stand, if this is to be in the book as round 2 of the Tour, we do need to get to bib 30. Théo needs to draw on his experience now. A long wait in the start hut. And that warm-up is so important. He'll go from 0 to 60 kilometers per hour in a matter of seconds. He'll hit 100 kilometers per hour in around about 10 to 12 seconds. And of course, for all of our North American and UK-based viewers, 62 miles per hour. 20 seconds and counting. It's colder up there now. Could the snow get quicker? Could this be one of those races where the snow crystal changes? Lovely aerodynamic shape. Out of the Super G start gate, remember. There's the big sausage jump. Goodness me, 126. We stop it at 122. There's the camels. Oh, and Teo flies for 39 meters through the air, but opens up very tall. And when you open the shoulders to the mountain, it means you're taking a lot of the aerodynamics out of the flight. But this is rock solid. Oh, I fear that this snow is getting colder and maybe getting faster. Oh, he's being bumped and bounced, a little out of position, a little low and late in the line through the Cheslat rollers, but still 0.65 on track for the top 10 here. It's very dark in the closeout. Still a little mist and fog coming out of Nucia into the closeout. Schuss. Got to keep your focus right to the end. There's a little jump here now. And Adrien Teo, 14th position. First World Cup point score of the new season for Adrien. Good position to build from. Another 2 days of speed racing here in Val Gardena. Super G live on FIS TV tomorrow. The race starts at 11:45 local time. And then the big downhill on Saturday. And then the tech races take centre stage. Giant slalom and slalom, Sunday, Monday in Alta Badia. Elian Leto, 25-year-old fearless Finn. Elian spent a lot of his time training with the Swiss Europa Cup squad. It's really helped him out. And solid 17th position in the opening downhill of the season in Beaver Creek.
Più famoso di questa pista, ovvero la Gobba di Cammello.
Entrance to Cheslat now. That's beautiful. That was a wonderful move from the 25-year-old. Yet to claim a podium on the World Cup Tour, but this is skillful skiing. The Finns may not have a big team, but they've got some very good skiers. Leto on screen for speed, Eddie Hallberg for tech. It's a team that you should watch carefully this season as one of the smaller nations with a potential podium. Elian Leto, 17th in Beaver Creek, into the top 10 here in Val Gardena. And he will be very happy with that indeed. There is a possibility of an upset here if this race continues. Romet Baumann of Germany. Second in the downhill race here in 2010, 15 years on, 39 years of age. He's playing a fantastic role, I'm told, by Wolfgang Meyer, the director of sport for the German ski team, of just mentoring all the young guys. And if we do get to the end of this race, Baumann will be watching very carefully Germany's World Junior Downhill Champion, Reusel. Baumann here, just 300ths off the pace. Again, this is what we've asked of him. Just relax a little, use your experience. He knows this track like the back of his hand. 378th World Cup start here today. And look how easy and smooth he is through the Cheslat. 0.66. Here's another skier heading for the top 10. Romet Baumann of Germany. racing as a junior for Austria, switched to Germany thanks to his dual nationality, and now Baumann, in what will probably be the last year on tour, is into the top flight. 11th position for Romet Baumann. That is a solid performance. Big improvement on his 22nd position in Beaver Creek, Colorado. Good to see Baumann back in the top flight. Marco Köhler. Swiss Europa Cup racer moving up to the World Cup squad this season. If I take you back a couple of seasons, 2024, 8th position for Marco Köhler. So, a little twisted and off balance, but no surprise to see this young Swiss racer. This would be a huge upset if Marco Köhler were to take the lead away. That 8th position here back in 2024 is his current PB in World Cup downhill competition. This track is getting quicker. We may have an upset here in Val Gardena. Now it's gone to 0.52. But again, if Köhler can just hold his form, find a nice aerodynamic shape in the closeout, top 10 is on the cards here for Marco Köhler. Lovely jump in the closeout. And there it is, 9th position. Well, in comparison to his 24th a couple of weeks ago in Beaver Creek, that's a crackerjack performance. Little wild off the camel bumps. Max Museton from the Lapland Ski Club in the Savoie region of the French Alps now. Max. Rock solid 13th position in the downhill opener of the tour in Beaver Creek, Colorado. Gallant flight, 50 meters in the air for the Frenchman. 35 years of age now. 145 World Cup starts. And he's way outside of the blue corridor there. I'm not sure that line choice from Max. No, you can see the clock agrees with me. Lost his way a little in Cheslat. And it's the crucial part of the racetrack for many. And Max Museton. Into 26th position. That's a little frustrating after such a good result in Beaver Creek. Just one big error in Cheslat really takes you out of the chase. As we said at the top of our broadcast here this afternoon, it's a short race beast. Canada, Brody Sager. Where's bib number 28? Now Brody, out of the Whistler Ski Club. Rock solid 15th position in the season opener, and I think Brody has a chance of improving on that here today. Sector 2, 0.24, on point, off the camel jumps. Brody Sager, lovely. Lovely jump for Sager. Now the darkening light here is making it very difficult to read the train. You can see how he's just getting thrown out of position by the rollers, but the darkening light is making it really difficult to read the race line here. But Brody Seeger, 0.95 off the pace. Looking to make points, 22nd position for Brody Seeger. 9 World Cup points on the board. Was hoping to improve on his opening performance. Here you can see that Brody's struggling to read the terrain. Switzerland, Lars Rösti. Former world downhill champion, he's a former Europa Cup champion. He's earned the right to ski for Switzerland. Big breakthrough last season, 12th in this race here a year ago. Hit the top 10 in Wengen. And was also 8th in the Super G here last year. Of course, the Super G is the discipline we'll be racing tomorrow. So look at Lars Rösti. Very clean in the arc of the turn in the entrance to Ceslat here. This is good. Very good indeed. Oh, Dominic Paris will be watching very carefully. The Italian holds his breath. Third position is a potential steal. And we could see yet another Swiss... Oh, it's gone in Ceslat. I was just starting to think that Rösti had the opportunity to steal a place on the podium. '18th position it is for Lars. Superb split times on the upper part of the challenge, including a 1/10 of a second quicker than Audi at Sector 3. This young lad is a real talent for the Swiss team. He's on the same ski brand as Audi as well, the Swiss skis Stockli. And the last of the top 30. This race is in the book, no matter what Mother Nature throws at us right now. This is Blaise Giesendana. Still searching for his first point score of the new season. Coming back from injury, Blaise with a top 10 in the Super G here last year before he picked up that injury. So again, a racetrack that he knows well. Points on the board for Giesendana is the name of the game here. Build the confidence. That's what the coaches will be telling many of these athletes. Use these 3 back-to-back speed races to your advantage. Super G tomorrow, then the full-length Sasselong downhill here on Saturday, where they're expecting a capacity crowd. For me, Blaise Giesendana has got one of the most perfect aerodynamic shapes in the tuck position. And Blaise Giesendana, 28th position. 3 World Cup points if he holds that placing. Rattling through them before the weather changed. No TV breaks. Raphael Haase. I think Raphael's here today to get a little bit of a feel for the snow, the mountain, and the atmosphere, having come 3rd in the 2 Super Gs so far this season. Haase will be one of the favourites and is tipped to be one of the few that can stop Marco Odermatt running away with the Super G Tour title. Of course, the world giant slalom champion, but Haase, 7 podiums, still searching for his first World Cup victory. But I think this dress rehearsal here today will set Raphael up nicely for tomorrow's Super G. Top 20 in the downhill of Beaver Creek. Not quite as quick today. 27th position for the 28-year-old Austrian skier Raphael Haase. And there we go. It's in the bag. It's in the book. Marco Odermatt takes his 5th win of the season, and he's unbeaten in downhill so far on the Audi FIS Ski World Cup Tour. Franjo von Allmen, runner-up also for the Swiss team, and Dominic Paris, 3rd for the host nation, Italy. Livio Hiltbrand is on course. Now, Livio, at 22 years of age, in only his 10th World Cup start here today, is the current Europa Cup champion. That's the second tier of racing, the B Tour, some people may call it. But believe you me, it's only the B Tour by name, not by competition. The quality of racing on the Europa Cup and the NORAM Tour, the equivalent series over in North America, is exceptionally high. And Livio, the Europa Cup downhill champion of 2025, now earns himself a full-time spot on the World Cup Tour. And Hiltbrand picks up his first World Cup points of the season. Felix Monsen for the Swedish team. Great story. Sponsored by a gentleman by the name of David Jameson, who owns the Londoner, one of Kitzbühel's and ski racing's most famous bars. He doesn't just sponsor him, David, but he follows with him, carries the bags, helps out with the travel, just about everything that he possibly can. And Monsen not only gets himself easy access to the party at Kitzbühel, but he's also getting some very valuable support. Sweden's lone downhill racer on the Audi FIS Ski World Cup. If you are in Kitzbühel, go into the Londoner. There is a painting on the ceiling of Felix Monsen, but in a catsuit, a real one, with the skis, real ones. It is something very unique and definitely worth a look at. As for the performance from Monsen here, we know he's talented. We know he has a wonderful touch on the turning ski. Just hasn't quite put together a clean run yet this season. 1.54 off the pace of Marco Odermatt. Felix Monsen, 26th position. Zabistran for Czech Republic. Zabistran. Top 15 in second Super G in Beaver Creek, Colorado was impressive. Another skier that has that ability to push the boundaries. We followed him last season. Bib number 54 taking 11th in Beaver Creek. Bib number 53 taking 26th position in this race last year. So Jean, who has a World Cup PB of 8th, is always a force to be reckoned with. He's a very tall, long-levered athlete. Not quite as tall as Bryce Bennett, but not far off. Keep it under a second and you're in for some big points here today. Beautifully controlled final flight. Jan Zabistran, 23rd position for the Czech Republic's top speed racer. Another veteran of the Audi FIS Ski World Cup Tour is Christophe Innerhofer. 41 years of age, like Adrien Théo of the French team. 342 World Cup starts to his name after today. 6 wins, 18 podiums. He's been on the podium here, but we're going to have to take it back a few years. I don't think he's won this one, one of the few where Innerhofer has never won. But I do believe if I go back far enough in the rankings, I'm a big fan of Christophe Innerhofer. Similar story, really, to Théo. doesn't want to hang up the boots, is far from finished with his racing career. And who cares about age, as long as you can still earn your spot in the squad and still race fast. And Inhofer, 9th position. He's on the way back. Great skiing from Christoph Inhofer. He was second in the Super G here back in 2018. He's gone top 10 in 2025. Now this is Wiley Maple for the USA, an independent American racer. Ooh, 46-meter flight there. He's 35 years of age, from Aspen, Colorado. Finally gets the flow of the rollers and the undulations of the Cheslat. Was struggling a little, wasn't he, on the entrance, but on the exit, he's back into a good shape. Wiley Maple for the USA, 35th position, just outside of the points. Jeffrey Reed of Canada, his brother Eric Reed racing the Tech Tour. Brother Eric Reed will be skiing in Alta Badia on Sunday and Monday before the short Christmas break. And of course, Jeffrey Reed, the son of the legendary Ken Reed, first North American to win a European World Cup. Now, let's dig deep and see what Ken Reed's best result was here. Shouldn't really do this because I'm sure that they were a little bit tired of hearing stories about their dad rather than themselves. I see Podborski. I see Brooker. Ken Reed, 33rd position for Jeffrey Reed of Canada, just outside of the points. Jeff still looking for his first points of the new season. Benjamin Alio for the Italian team, Aaron Pulse. Has a World Cup PB that came last season in Kitzbühel. One of the roughest, toughest and scariest of them all. 16th is his PB for the 25-year-old. Relative rookie to the tour. Just needs to be careful here. The light is getting very dark, but it's also getting very fast. Oh, a green light here for Benjamin Jacques Alliot. Now, a little deep, low and late in the line of Cheslat. Yep, we read that one. But certainly coming in with some good speed. th position. That's a PB for Benjamin Alliot of Italy. That's his career best result in World Cup competition. If he'd have got the Cheslat right, he could have been even higher. Great skiing from the young Italian. Louis Vogt of Germany, quickly out on track. I have a funny feeling that this snow condition may be getting just a little bit quicker. Temperatures are dropping. It's pretty ominous and dark out there on the Saslong racetrack of Val Gardena. It's almost 3 p.m. local time. We're very rarely skiing this late in the afternoon. The sun has set, the temperatures are dropping. Is the track getting quicker? Are we about to see yet another Marcus Foser moment? 0.82 now, off the pace what the coaches will be telling these later running athletes is that there is a chance to pick up some big points. Audi sets the target time at 1 minute 24.48 seconds. Louis Vogt off the last jump, dives across the line, 16th position. Again, equal PB for Louis. He will take that with a smile. Let's stay with the German, Simon Joche. Simon has a PB of 13th. That came in Bormio, the Italian resort that will become the Olympic track for the Winter Olympic Games of 2026. No Bormio or Cortina on the men's or women's World Cup this season. They are being prepared for that race that comes around once every 4 years. Yep, this is really good for Simon Joche. And points are on the board here for the German. Didn't make any points in Beaver Creek, Colorado in the downhill, but certainly top 15 surely for Simon Joche. Oh no, loses it completely in the closeout. And there it is there. Sector 4. Right on point until Alessio Migiano. Now, 23-year-old Swiss racer in only his 5th World Cup start. Very talented soccer player until he decided skiing was the way that he wanted to take his sporting career. He was on the books of FC Zurich till the age of 14. And I think he's most famous on the Swiss team until now, taking that green light coming into Ceslat for the Bubicon, famous restaurant near Zurich, Michelin star. And his mum Rita is the sommelier, and his father Domenico is a Southern Italian master chef. But again, for Alessio, yet to score World Cup points. If he picks off a big hit here today in only his 5th World Cup start, it's yet another clear example of the strength in depth of this Swiss team right now. And it's another fine ski. Yes! That is a huge career best result. And Alessio will be thrilled with that. 44 is Molteni for Italy. Is that mist and fog starting to creep in once again? Meter flight. Off the camel bumps is quite extraordinary. Now, Molteni just goes a little deep low. Oh, Molteni! First spill of the day. Heavy hit as well on the entrance to Ceslat. The 27-year-old Italian is up quickly on his feet. That's good to see. He just allowed himself to go a little low and late in the line. Tried to make the correction on the entrance of Ceslat. It's twisted and spins around. Here's the replay. Look how deep he is here now. Edge to make the correction. And he tries to make the move just a little too quick to get the racing line back in the entrance to Ceslat. Oh, it could have been a nasty crash, but fortunately... Molteni skis away from this one.
Okay. Während Felix Monsen hier das Zielgelände verlässt.
Yep. Thumbs up and all smiles for the Swiss race fans. Few scares, but looking solid now with Audi in first position. Franjo von Allmen holding second, Dominic Paris in third. 55 seconds and counting until the next racer on the gate. Molteni seems to be unhurt. A skier we should always watch very carefully. Fredrik Muller of Norway. Now, like so many of the top Norwegian racers out of the Oppdal Ski Gymnasium, a wonderful technical skier, fresh off the back of a podium in the second Super G in North America earlier this month in Beaver Creek, Colorado. Not quite got the confidence of downhill yet, I would say. And mark my words, here he comes, Muller! Off the camel bumps, completely mistimes it. And that is a nightmare for the young Norwegian. Oh, Fredrik Muller. Just mistimed the jump. Oh, he's up on his knees. The light condition continues to darken. And Valner is right there, witnessed the whole awful flight from Muller. Just before 3 p.m. here now in Val Gardena. The athletes have been out on the racetrack since 8 a.m., 9 a.m. this morning. It's a very long day, a lot of start, stop, stand and wait for the world's best speed skiers. Medical assistance is there. And I'm just a little concerned now that the overall well-being of the athletes, having been out on the mountain for so long today, is now starting to take effect on some of the lesser experienced racers. That was a horrendous crash from Fredrik Muller, 25-year-old. And of course, Fredrik, fourth in the Super G here last year, then went on to win the Super G in Bormio, the Olympic track. But we look and wait and say a little prayer. Fredrik Muller may have shattered his Olympic dreams here right now. Well, Marcus Valner in deep discussion on the jury radio and with the chief of race, Rainer Sonona, throughout all of the day's activities here. This has been a tough day in the office for the world's fastest ski racers. just mistiming. The jump.
Auch der norwegische Teammaß.
This is one of the sad scenes of downhill racing. And of course, Muller's pushing. He knows that the snow is getting colder, possibly a little quicker. Ah, dear me. I hope he's okay.
Müller hat ja den selben Servicemann wie Adrian Smith's Sagerstedt. Müller gilt als das große Speed-Talent in Norwegen. Konnten das noch austarieren.
Well, the helicopter has been scrambled to pick up Fredrik Muller of Norway on the Saslong racetrack. I was beginning to worry that the mist and fog was just a little too thick to take advantage of the helicopter service. Now, question for the race referees: does he allow this competition to continue? Or does he say that's enough? Temperatures dropping. The visibility, because it's getting dark, 3 p.m. now, local time here in Val Gardena. The characteristic of the track, but the light is the key. And if you don't have the good light and visibility, it becomes very difficult to judge the timing of the jump, the loading of the turning ski. And the jumps here, believe you me, 40, 50 meter flight off the camel bumps. Yeah, on the sled now, Muller being brought to the side of the piece where the helicopter can drop in. top left corner of your screens, you see the helicopter landing. Well, it's Martin Scharter of Slovenia that waits patiently at the top of the track. Martin carries bib number 46 of 67 starters on the start list here. 67 racers from 18 different national ski associations. And the concern now, as we mentioned earlier, is that does Marcus Waldner take this race later and deeper into the afternoon, or does he call it? As we mentioned before, the top 30 rule means that we now have enough skiers safely in the finish area to make the race stand. But it is well within the race referee's decision process to call a halt to this competition if we feel it's just getting a little too dark, low and late in the day, with the sun clearly set behind the Dolomites here some time ago.
Was die Rettungskette betrifft, wird natürlich überhaupt nichts dem Zufall überlassen. Und vielleicht kurzer Zwischenstand, weil das italienische Team hier in Gröden heute so stark gefahren ist mit Dominik Bares, mit Florian Schieder, mit Matthias Kasse, mit Benjamin Chacalion, mit Christoph Innerhofer als 9. Zwischenstand nach 53 Teilnehmerinnen beim Biathlon-Sprint in Löwen.
Well, it looks as if we're determined to move on with this race. Martin Scharter. A 32-year-old Slovenian racer out of the Slovenian resort of Maribor. And I want to watch this gentleman quite carefully. He was 5th in this race last year. His best result of the season. Then picked up an injury. And he's back now, hoping to pick it up where he left off 12 months ago. Martin is a World Cup winner, 2021. Took top position for bib number 41 in Val d'Isère. Could he do it again? Bib number 46 here in Val Gardena. So there's Marcus Waldner giving the all clear that the track is free. That mist and fog, if you just starting to come back in, yeah. But from that camera angle, we've still got a bit of blue sky there. Very difficult weather conditions today. There's that PB that we were just referring to. 5th position here last year. Now, come on, Martin. Here we go, back on track of the Sasslong in Val Gardena, in the Südtirol region of the Italian Dolomites. Hard hit as the snow starts to freeze and get cold once again. Now, Here's the camels. No problem at all for Martin Schotter of Slovenia. Setting up for Czeslac now. Here we go. On to the right foot, switch to the left here. Oh, like Molteni, all twisted and out of balance position in the entrance to Czeslac. Martin Schotter as well to get back onto the racing line here. Well done. But it takes a lot of the pace and tempo out of the performance. Martin Schotter of Slovenia, 41st position. Nils Alphon, 47. Of course, the son of the great Luc Alphon. His dad, the overall Big Globe winner in 1997. Ooh. Green light. Look at this at Sector 2. Very strong. Oh, Nils Alphon still going through the gears here. Could this be the big upset that we predicted earlier? Temperatures are dropping. Snow crystal is changing. Could the track be getting faster? Nils Alphon, whose dad was 3 times the downhill champion, 1 time in Super G. His dad won 12 World Cup races, and this could be on the cards. Nils Alphon now just needs to hold a good aerodynamic shape out of Nuccia into the final shush. Oh, a big upset is on the cards here. Nils Alphon top 5, top 3. Oh! 5th position for Nils Alphon. Sensational skiing from the Frenchman. It's a PB result for Nils, his best ever World Cup performance, looking just like his dad Lucio there. Now that will send him... Oh, Jared Goldberg! Flying wild off the Socha's jump. He's given himself a little bit of a fright here, but look at Jared still dig deep. Those racers left at the top of the hill know that there's a little bit of extra chance coming their way here. Goldberg flew huge off the camels, completely out of position and balance. Oh. When they land it, it is so exciting to watch. Look at him trying to pinch the line in the closeout here, Goldberg. And the American from Utah, USA, ooh, just grabs a point for taking 30th position. This is Stefan Riese. Ooh, look at that ski just drifting a little as he tries to glide on the upper section. Off the camels. Good control from Stefan Riese. Here's another skier with an interesting story. His career best in World Cup competition is 16th. Where did he pick it up? Here last year with what bib number? 49. Exactly the same bib number as 12 months ago. But this time, it's top 15 here for Riese. 1/100th of a second off the pace. Wow! 0.75. Riese looking to go better than his result 12 months ago. It's almost like a Groundhog Day for this Austrian skier. Same track, same number. And can he now go better than 16th? Final jump for Riese. Riese goes 15th. Yes, I love that. 1 year ago, 16th, 1 place better in 2026. Riese takes 15th. Giovanni Franzoni carries bib 50. They know, the coaches know, the service and technicians will know. This track is getting quicker. Can anybody put it together from top and bottom? Because look at these green lights. They're coming fast and furious now. This time it is Giovanni Franzoni, a world junior downhill champion. Has a downhill PB of 14th. He's on track to better that today. 29th in the opener in Beaver Creek, Colorado. Franzoni here. A stronger Super G racer at this point in his career than downhill. He doesn't care what I say right now. Franzoni, good focus to the end of the challenge. Squashes that last jump. Oh, brilliant from Franzoni. 8th position. Huge PB for the young Italian. And that could be the step up into the big ranks of downhill that the youngster was looking for. Erik Arvidsson for the USA. Out of Middlebury College. Now 28 years of age. A little cautious there off the camels. Out of Utah, USA, Deer Valley, his local ski resort. Now, come on, Erik. This is really good. He's under half a second off the pace. Oh, he's in trouble on the Cheslat. He's got it all wrong. Thrown aggressively deep, low, and late in the line, adding over a second to the time. Oh, and there was a clear example of how brutal Cheslat can be if you get the line wrong. Erik Arvidsson. Some good splits on the upper part of the challenge. Completely out of sorts on Cheslat, and he knows it. Kyle Niegomir of the American team again. Nice control off the camel bumps. Look how close they are now. As the temperatures drop and the track. Oh, look at Niegomir here. Well, he's scrubbed off a lot of speed in the entrance to Cheslat, but that is a huge green light at Sector 3. It's going to be a dramatic closeout to this long race today. Still 0.47. Kyle Niegomir. He's never gone better than 19th in World Cup downhill. If he can close this out with the same focus that he started, that PB could well be beaten today. Oh, brilliant. Bib 52 to 11th position. Kyle Niegomir for the Stiefel American team. A huge PB and into 11th position. Marco Pfiffner for Liechtenstein. Carries bib 53. Marco Buchel, the last winner here for the Liechtenstein ski team. Still 0.36. Here's a big result on the cards. Never better than 27th on the tour of last season. The only points that he picked up. Just loses a little bit of the pace and line coming out of Nucia into the final shoes now. The top 30 could be on the cards here for the #1 downhill racer from Liechtenstein. A little sketchy on the landing. Oh, he misses it. 2.32, 46th position. Watch this lad, Vincent Visa from the Schladming Ski Club. Just 23 years of age and only his 12th World Cup start. This young lad is fearless. His 2 World Cup points last season came on the two roughest and toughest on tour. 24th in Bormio, 30th in Kitzbühel. Look at those splits. 0.15, 0.16. Right now, Visa is looking good for a spot on the podium. Oh, but now he's low and late. Just missed the exit race line to Ceslat. Very calm, very cool. Good skiing skills to get back online, but that adds a lot to his time. 0.91 takes the sting out of the performance. But if he can close this out, top 15, still a potential target. Visa struggling a little bit on the closeout here, aren't they, these later numbers? Charles Gamel-Seigneur, 23-year-old skier from Sèchevalier. Ooh. This guy is known as Lord of the Fall after that barrel roll that he completed in Kvitfjell. It's a viral clip. He's missed the entrance to Ceslat. Really having to round off the turn, and it's such a shame. Look at these sector times to the right of your screen. 500ths, 400ths, 100th. Now I fear it will drop to over half a second, I was about to say. 0.66, but still a fearless young racer. And for Charles here right now, still searching for his first top 30 point score in World Cup downhill. Will it come here today in Val Gardena? Oh, misses it by 3 places. This is Sam Morse for the USA. Moose, they call him on the team. He's 29 years of age. He's from the Carabasset Academy. I think that's where Bodie Miller went to as well. And I remember some of the great battles that Bodie had on this track. Pipped by Michael Valkhofer in 2008. Pipped by Didier Couche in 2007. One of the few that Bodie never took top position in. Bodie, if you're tuning in right now, I don't mean that in a negative way at all. Let me just triple check that stat before I get myself in trouble and Bodie's on the phone. No. Bodie Miller never won here in Val Gardena or ever won Kitzbühel. Sam Morse, points on the board for Sam. 48th position. 100 points for a World Cup victory, all the way down to 1 point for 30th position. Now this is Chile's top World Cup racer, Henrik von Appen, out of Santiago, 30 years of age, Club Andes. Now Henrik, 31 years of age, I should say, my apologies. Oh, again, he's missed the loading of that left foot turn in the entrance to Ceslat. And before he's got the direction and the pressure on the turning ski, he's been pitched into the air. But still, solid splits. Henrik von Appen, oh, just misses the points. And you can see how much making that top 30 means to these athletes. Raphael Lessard of Canada, 24 years of age, originally from Bromont Ski Club in Quebec. out of the Burke Mountain Academy, University of Utah. He's the downhill and Super G NORAM champion. That's the North American second tier of international competition. Eric Gay was the last winner here for Canada. Eric, if you're tuning in, Merry Christmas. And 2013, the last time a Canadian racer won here. Other Canadian winners include Manny Osborne, Paradis, Rob Boyd, to name but a few of those Canuck legends. Now, here we go. Target for these guys is top 30. Lovely aerodynamic shape. I like the position. 50th spot for Raphael Lassard. Only his 7th World Cup start. Still learning the tracks. Ken Caillot for France. Good day for the French team, no question, with Niels Alphon taking 5th position and Niels Allegre taking 4th. Big breakthrough for the French downhillers. We're getting a little frustrated in North America. Back on the European snows. Well, a rather unorthodox entry for Ken, coming into the bumps and jumps of Cheslat, but this is good. Good skiing. Yep, and the clock agrees with me. 0.98, keep it under a second, and there's points coming your way. So all down to the closeout, through Nucia. Into the final Schuss now. 27-year-old Ken Caillot, and only his 12th World Cup start here today. Unlucky for Ken, no points today, 46th position. Manuel Tranninger. Oh, Tranninger only just holding it together. Ski Club Grobming out of Steiermark region of Austria. He's an overall Europa Cup champion a couple of seasons ago. Lucky escape for the 27-year-old. Really difficult to read this terrain now. Well, after such a strong start for the Austrian speed skiers, it's very rarely that you see no Austrian athletes in the top 10, and that will be a tough story for one or two of the Austrian athletes. Babinski, their best, in 14th. Hemmetsberger, 16. Riese, 17. Some of their big names like Kriegmeier down in 24th. A difficult day here in Val Gardena. Let's hope for a little more consistency. Really interested to watch this young gentleman. This is Felix Reusel, German World Junior Downhill Champion. He's from the ski club of Sonthofen. And at the World Juniors of last season, not only did Germany take the downhill gold with this gentleman on screen, they also took the Super G gold with Benno Brandis. Well, if you don't calculate the World Cup finals, which use the ticket that you get, this is his first official World Cup today, and Reusel learning fast. Make a note of this young lad's name. I think he has a huge future ahead of him. Taras Filiak. Ukrainian racer, 23 years of age. And Taras also making his World Cup debut here today. A little scary off the camels, but just about gets the balance right in the closeout. You can hear him scream there. He knows he's made an error. Look how he has to scrub off so much of the speed coming into the entrance of Ceslat. And it's the gate before where he's got the race line wrong. But no question, so good to see Ukraine racing here today. Now, closeout is key. Keep that focus all the way to the line. This last jump here has caught quite a few out over the years. Almost the same story. You think you're at the finish area and you're not quite there, and it can buck you off balance. 57th position.
Rank 57 for Taras Filiak from Ukraine, 129.
Adrian Fresque, French racer. Just outside of the points in the downhill of Beaver Creek, Colorado. Finished 35th there, so knocking on the door, this young lad. Again, now the ruts, bumps, and the judder marks start to really bounce these later numbers. Deep and late in the line, but this young lad stays nice and loose, soft with the ankles, flexion and extension with the knees and the legs. 1.26. This is respectable. Another skier like Blaise Giesendana with a lovely tuck shape position. 53rd position, 2.04 seconds behind Marco Odermatt. Maximilian Schwarz for Germany. Now for Max, this is just his 5th World Cup start here today. First time that he's raced at the top level on the Saslong of Val Gardena. If you're ever here when the World Cup Tour is not in town, come and have a ski on this. It's a fantastic track. There are a couple of steep parts, but it is just a beautiful piste to cruise down. And for young Schwarz, sure, the coaches have said, enjoy the experience, learn the track, and start to build up those miles of experience under the skis for the future. 22 years of age, remember. Maximilian Schwarz of Germany. A very valuable race for experience. 58th position. Good to see Spain in the race. And Mintegi Rivera. Very proud Basque native, this young man. He's from Bilbao. 22 years of age. Silver medalist at the World Juniors in Châtel 2024. His coach is Jose Frias from Malaga, Andalusia. And Olmo Herner is the sports director, and Angel Calero, the Alpine director for this Spanish team. He grew up in the Astun ski resort in the Aragon region of Spain. I think he's a good skier, this lad. Look at those splits, 0.14, 0.66. 9/10. Again, in only his third World Cup start here today, this 22-year-old Spanish racer. Learning very quickly. Well skied, Ander. 58th position, 2.91. In only your third World Cup race, there's nothing wrong with that at all. 66 is Barnabas Zolos. He's actually Hungarian, but now racing for Israel. Born in Budapest, lives in Murau in Austria. Out of the Kronplatz Ski Club, not too far from here. We've seen Barney at the Olympic Games as far back as 2022 World Championships. And again, look at these splits. Impressive, to say the least. 1.16. Got a little bit more experience coming into this Olympic season. Zolos, 26th World Cup start here today. He's raced this track before. And as you've seen from today's very long broadcast, it's so unique in so many ways. Keeps that focus right to the end of the challenge. Barnabas Zolos for the Israeli Ski Federation, skiing into 60th position. And here's our last racer of the day from Estonia. This is Juhan Luik. Juhan races his own program, raises his own finance. Two-person team. His girlfriend is the coach. It's a real Olympic story, this gentleman. Tough pathway, no question. Very much one of the unsung heroes of the Audi FIS Ski World Cup Tour. But don't get me wrong, Juhan is a very tidy skier. Look at these splits. Coming into Czeslaw, bit of a mistake there, he's in trouble here. But look at that athleticism. Balance, skill to stay on his skis. Impressive. The Estonian's 8th World Cup start here in Val Gardena today. He's not going to win the race. He's not going to earn any points. But what I'm saying is this is a dedicated ski racer. He's getting a good tune out of those head skis. But with Juhan Luik safely at the bottom of the track. What a day it has been here in Val Gardena. We started at around about 11 a.m. this morning. It's now 3:30 p.m. local time. Stop-start. And even with the track my apologies. Even with the track speeding up, some great results. Niels Alphon, bib 47 to 5th. Giovanni Franzoni, bib 50 to 8th. Kyle Niegomir, bib 52 to 11th. But it's Marco Odermatt that has won the race here today. And as the defending downhill champion, he's 2 from 2, unbeaten so far this season. His great rival from the Swiss team, Franjo von Alben, draws closer. His great friend and rival from Italy, Dominic Paris, also on the podium today. I'm pretty sure my calculations are right, but today represents Marco Odermatt's 50th World Cup victory. Marco tying with the great Alberto Tomba on 50 World Cup wins to become the 4th most successful Alpine racer of all time.
Marco, congratulations. Second downhill of the season, second victory. In Beaver Creek, you could feel it. Was it also the case today that you won the race before crossing the finish line?
Maybe not. I saw Franjo skiing with Pip 6 and he already had a very, very good run, and I thought for myself, wow, this is tough to beat, and I started a little bit faster on the top section, and I think those hundreds were exactly the difference till the end, so it was very tight. I felt good, but it's never easy to say.
Now we have another downhill on Saturday, starting from the top. What do you want to take with you, and what do you want to improve for Saturday's downhill?
Well, I think normally I'm better in the short downhill here, but the first training run 2 days ago was already very good from the top. I was fast in the gliding part as well. I don't know why, but hopefully I can find the same speed again on Saturday and be fast from the top again.
Today it's also your 50th World Cup victory. What does that number represent for you, and how many more can you win?
Yeah, it's a crazy number. I've never dreamed about 50 World Cup victories, but yeah, it was step by step. I had an incredible season start now with the 5th victory already, and yeah, I hope we can count some more, but I'm not a guy who looks too far ahead, so I take day by day, race by race. Our sport can be brutal as well, so yeah, I just enjoy every victory, and we will see.
Thank you, and congratulations again.
Thank you.
Well, it's tough to bet against Marco Odermatt, isn't it? Tomorrow's Super G. He won the season opening Super G in Copper Mountain, Colorado, USA, and then was 5th in Beaver Creek. And he was 3rd in the Super G here last year. But I want to talk a little bit more about that 50th victory. As I said earlier, Alberto Tomba, 50, the 4th most successful male alpine skier of all time. Then 54, next on the hit list for Marco Odermatt is Hermann Maier. Could he hit 67 this season? Well, the way he's going at the moment, maybe he will. But definitely, once he's gone ahead of Tomba, he's looking to take down Hermann Maier. Just sensational. Cannot believe it for Franjo von Allmen. Marco Odermatt once again with a brilliant, skillful, tactical ski to win round 2 of 9 on the Audi FIS Ski World Cup Downhill Tour for Men. So the points that we'll take a look at on the board confirm this amazing consistency, his 5th win of the season so far. He's already 70 points clear of Franjo Dominic Paris, moving up into 3rd position. And as Charlotte Sharp, our reporter in the finish area there, mentioned, that he's got another downhill and another Super G, which will, of course, help Marco Odermatt's overall tour standings. Odermatt is the defending downhill Super G and Giant Slalom champion. And here is the men's overall, the big crystal, the big globe, as we like to call it. He's won it for the past 4 years now. It's difficult already to bet against him, making it 5 back-to-back years. It's been another brilliant ski for Marco Odermatt, holding his form, confidence, and his patience in what was a very tough day on the race hill, but still delivering, as you'd expect the world number one to deliver. And that amazing form and a tough day in the office for Austria. They're toppled from top spot in the Men's Nations Cup. We're 11 of 38 races. Switzerland back to the top of the table once again. Just didn't hit top gear, did they? They've also lost a couple of races here. Stefan Eichberger, Felix Hackler, both skiers picking up injury in the training sessions here in Val Gardena. Felix, Stefan, if you're tuning in, we really do wish you a speedy recovery and a quick early road back to the Audi FIS Ski World Cup Tour. So just a couple of minutes to go before we'll be back live here on FIS TV with our winners presentation. Well, definitely worth a second look. I'm sure you will agree. Audi's winning run performance, what he told us from the get-go in his pre-race interview and his winner's interview, is that he's looking for more speed on the upper part of the challenge. If you follow Marco Odermatt, when he's turning like this, he's a happy camper. Really, no problem at all. Look how he loads that ski high and early with such smooth precision. But it's the gliding where Audi, as originally a tech skier, definitely still a giant slalom racer, where he struggles on the rest of the world. And so Audi, here in Val Gardena, where the gliding section is one of the key ingredients to success, was delighted today that he is improving on those skills, that he's getting better, quicker, faster on the flatter sections, as well as those technical turns. So another very important milestone. Yep, he's in the history books again. The stats, the facts, the figures, they're all there. But Audi is also starting to get the hang of this mysterious gliding business of downhill. And that is why he is a very happy racer here today. 50th World Cup victory, as we said, that ties with the great Alberto Tomba. And to tie with Tomba in Italy is something very special. And he may well go ahead of Tomba tomorrow in the Super G, live here on FIS TV, and then start to head for the Hermann Maier win record of 54, the third most successful male ski racer of all time. Don't get me into Michaela Schifrin's 105. Remarkable.
2025 prize-giving men's downhill race.
Premiazione maschile della Audi FIS Ski World Cup Val Gardena Südtirol 2025.
In third place, representing Italy.
Al terzo posto per l'Italia, Dominic Paris.
Well, he had his girlfriend Christina in the crowd with us today. Paris records his 51st World Cup podium. And a big step forward with his form and confidence in the first of the 3 speed races here in Val Gardena. First podium of the season for the world downhill champion, the gold medalist from Saalbach Hinterglemm last February. And that's exactly what he was hoping for here.
2025 for Switzerland.
E il vincitore per la Svizzera, Marco Odermatt.
5th win of the season. Back-to-back victories in downhill. His career tally up to 50. Audi ties with Tomba in the all-time winners list. Audi could win the next 2 days of racing here, and even the next 3 days of racing, as we head to Alta Badia on Sunday for a giant slalom competition.
Will presented by
Terzo posto viene premiato dal presidente della Federazione Italiana Sport Invernali FIS, Flavio Roda.
Flavio Roda, they're great friends. The president of FIS, the International Ski Federation of Italy.
the second prize. We'll hand it over from the legend here from the area.
Il secondo posto viene premiato dalla leggenda dello sci della Val Gardena, Peter Rungaldier.
Peter Rungaldier,
And Franjo von Almen ends.
a legend from these parts, from the World Cup ski racing world.
Hand it over from the Canadian Ski World Cup legends.
E premia il vincitore, la leggenda dello sci canadese, Manuel Osborne Paradis.
Oh, that's lovely to see. Manny Osborne Paradis presents the prizes. Winner here in 2009. And that's really nice of the local organisers to get Manny presenting the winner's trophy to Marco Odermatt.
Heutige Weltcup-Erfolges. Gleichzeitig Weltcup-Sieg Nummer 50. Die Schweizer Hymne für Marco Odermatt.
We all stand in celebration. The Swiss national anthem for Marco's brilliant victory here today. Well, for those of you that have been with us throughout the day, thank you. Thank you for what has been possibly one of the longest World Cup races I can remember in a while or two. But it was worth it in the end. A great podium, a great race, and a very interesting warm-up to another 2 days of speed racing on the Audi FIS Ski World Cup Tour. Same start time tomorrow, 11:45. We'll be on slope 10 minutes earlier for the third Super G of the Audi FIS Ski World Cup. So Super G3, then on Saturday downhill, Sunday giant slalom in Alta Badia just over the neighbouring valley. Monday, a slalom in Alta Badia, and then we will take a break for Christmas. Well done, Marco Odermatt. A great ski, a great victory, a very long and difficult day in the office for the world's best.
massimo e il risultato come Italia molto, pesa molto, diciamo, è una bella cosa e comunque sì, su una gara sprint si fa dei rischi un po' di più e ogni tanto un piccolo errore ci sta, ma comunque è importante esserci e speriamo di riparare domani.
Per questo commento della prima delle 3 gare della Gardena. Naturalmente grazie anche al pubblico per essere stato con noi, per aver visitato i nostri addetti, portato a casa questo bellissimo risultato anche per la squadra azzurro. Appuntamento per domani, dopodomani, domani la gara del Super C, dopodomani la grande classica di discesa libera sulla Sassuolo. Divertitevi ancora in Val Gardena e ci vediamo in giorno.
Andiamo Italia! Siamo cazzo che sicurezza. Nuova, mangiamo? Manca nome. Nome.